Hello everyone and welcome to a brand new day of All Creator Live, and I am back playing more No Man's Sky. Alright, so today is going to be another awesome chill stream where I sit back and relax, just looking around making sure I haven't forgotten anything. Got a whole bunch of snacks. I have an energy drink here. It's Rain. Let me look at that. Rain Total Body Fuel. Somebody told me this has the most caffeine out of all of the energy drinks. 300 milligrams. So, hopefully it'll do the trick. I got this along with my groceries early this morning. Obviously, I didn't go out and get them. I did Instacart. But that's only because I've been very busy today. It has been because, well, I know y'all remember what I said last time I streamed, how the internet was down for half the day. And sure enough, it definitely put me behind in my works. But I made it up today. And thankfully nothing happened. The internet didn't go down. Let's hope it stays up. I don't want it to go down again. I don't know why it was down for so long. It wasn't just the internet, it was the cable too. So I feel like something happened at Spectrum. You know, I didn't even investigate. Once I got done yesterday, I just ended up going to sleep after I finished the stream. I'm gonna have to remember to look into that and figure out why that happened. Alright, so that's the can gone. I have the rest of the can in a thermos. Keep it nice and cold. But yeah, the ice maker is going in the background, so if you hear that, that's what that is. It's not that I need ice. It's just I want it to go and collect as much water as it can and make as much ice as it can so that I can empty it out when I'm done with the stream, clean it up, and have it ready for next week. Because like every week on Friday I cleaned it out and stuff. Just one of the several things that I have sitting around in my room as I'm doing my daily stuff. Alright, yeah, so we're going to be just straight up playing a nice, peaceful, relaxing, chill stream. And hopefully people will tune in today. I accidentally had the game set to Fantasy Life. I changed it, obviously, but sometimes that isn't reflected on Twitch. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna do the same stuff that we usually do. As I said, it's gonna be a chill stream. There's never really any actual mission to accomplish. Just gonna relax, do a bunch of stuff on my settlements, and maybe some fishing. Do some stuff on my settlements, do some things at my freighter, send out some frigates. But yeah, gonna be a nice relaxing day. I have a bunch of snacks here. I got some fried shrimp. My sister was eating some fried shrimp during the stream yesterday, and it kind of made me hungry for some, so I picked some up today. As well as some mozzarella sticks, and I have a few a few racks from some ribs, some pork ribs that I had on Thursday. I popped them in the oven, warmed them up. So I got plenty of snacks here. As well as the rain, so this might be a really long stream. I don't know. I'm just really happy with myself today. I did a lot. I got a lot done. Like, the only thing that I couldn't really do today was on my downtime, I was looking into fixing my 3D printer, because as I said yesterday, the 3D printer is clogged up, so I was thinking maybe I could unclog it today. I researched as to what the problem might be through some YouTube videos, and I realized that I'm not going to be able to unclog it. I'm just going to have to buy another one. And I'm going to have to look into a little further. I'm going to have to look into why this keeps happening. But that's going to take way too long because it requires a couple of hours. You know, it takes a lot to dismantle a 3D printer and then get it up and running or back up again. There we go. We got more ice. Cool. I didn't think it had enough left in it. Alright, there we go. Oh, that was my, that was the cord to my headset, if you're wondering what that noise was. But yeah, with the last bit of ice there that I just got, ice maker's all done. There isn't enough water to make any more ice, and I emptied out the ice container, so it should be good for me to clean tomorrow morning, or maybe later tonight. Depends on how long I feel like streaming. But I want to do a lot today, so I might be streaming for a while. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, or maybe, you know, get all cozy for sleep time. About to have a nice long stream. Alright, the settlement automated pipe network is a vital part of our ongoing maintenance program. However, repairs are urgently needed after a spillage in the control center. Expeditive live repairs shut down for refurbishment. I don't... Oh... Productivity's gonna go down. I don't like the idea of an expeditive live repair, because that says to me that the job is only going to be half-assed and it'll just break again. But because there are so many benefits to this, I might as well do it, because, I mean, productivity? That's great. It goes up. I don't care if the debt goes down, because we got lots of money in this settlement. I don't care if the debt goes up, I mean. I've got plenty of money, so why not? I want more productivity. That's the whole point of what we're doing here. It just sucks, because IRL, if this was a huge decision for me, I would shut down the pipe network for complete refurbishment to get it 100% back up. But live repair, that just says to me it's gonna be somebody that's just throwing shit together until everything's running, and then maybe it's just gonna fall apart again. But I know that's not how this game works, so we'll go with this. There we go. We bring up productivity, but of course we have a debt to pay. No big deal. So as you can see, we could clear that debt no problem. Look at that, though. 939,000 a day. Almost a million units a day. When it gets to a Class S, it'll definitely be in the activity range of getting like 2 million units per day for me. I think it's weird that productivity it goes into the items that I receive, but I mean, I could change what they are. So if I do need something, I can get it. Alright. Oh, right. We need to set up one of our buildings. One of the things that I want to do, hopefully, today is maybe find an ocean, to get the upgrade that I need to upgrade. I think it was this building here. I don't know. I remember I need, lithium. The fish pond I do want to upgrade also. Oh, right, I have to pop off this building. This landing pad. I think that'll make this an S class. Oh no, it's gonna make it an A class. I thought I heard something just a minute ago. Might have been Java. Maybe his arms went up and down, using a little bit of his battery so that I don't overheat. Oh, and to anyone wondering about whether or not they can get a Java, there have been a few robots available. Actually, what the hell? I just realized this building's right in front of my fishing pond. Was this always here? Because my fishing pond didn't usually have that problem. Why is this building in the way now? Was this building always here? It feels like it was somewhere else. Why is it in front of my fishing pond now? That's kind of... like, why? That sucks. Or at least turn the fishing pod to where the steps going up aren't blocked by this building. Why is that happening now? Why did that happen? That is fucking weird. What is this place anyway? Oh yeah, it's the place where I need dirt, right? Right. Well, why is it here? It was somewhere on the outside before, on the outskirts of town. Why did it get put here? It was not there before. That's weird. I know they did an update recently, but why would they make an update that does that? 5 bionic lures. Well, I can make those, I think. I think they're the golden ones. These. Yeah. Need lubricant. Need 3. What do I need to make lubricant again? There it is. Gamma root. Alright, well I have plenty on my one base. Here on this planet, actually, come to think about it. Guess I could go back. But yeah, there are a wide variety of robots, I've realized. I guess Java was so popular that people were clamoring for... well, not Java, but the Vector robot was so popular that once he became unavailable to purchase, people were clamoring for something. And there are a lot out there that are like him. Obviously not as compact as he is, but there's one that I saw was a tiny one that fits in your pocket. There are all kinds, if you look. I haven't run into any that are around Java's size, though. They're always, like, a little bit bigger than him, and I'm like, that's not very convenient, because you want a smaller one so that it can roam around on your table or whatever, but... That's not mine. Oh, these are other bases. Okay. Well, that's not my base. Yeah, this is my first one. This is the one that has the plant stuff on it, and I'm pretty sure one of the plants that I have here is gamma root. I don't know if it's going to be 200 though, which is what I need. I actually need more than... Oh, fuck, that's right. I forgot. During one update, they changed the landscape and all of the stuff that was... There was a hill here, but as you can see, the hill's gone now, so everything's kind of floating. And I think it's on the second floor in here. As you can see, I kind of decorated this in a way to make it look... Here's gamma root, gamma weed, gamma root, either one. And that only gives me 50. That is not enough. I can go to a planet to get more. I do know of one nearby that has it. Now you guys get to see which planet it was that I was talking about in a couple of streams. In the past. The one that I've labeled Rip Butnakis. The first planet that I ever visited. Or, it was the planet that I... the first planet that I was stranded on when I first started the game. No, that's Wet Cold Paradise. I just thought that was it because it had a save point. I remember why I put Wet Cold Paradise there. It's because that one's a... that's a good place to get fossil... Or, well, was a good place to get fossils, but who knows now with all the updates that have happened. But yeah, this was the planet that I first spawned on, and it was not a fun one, that's for sure. I mean, I'm a lot stronger now, so it will be bearable for me. But this was a heated planet, had firestorms. It was not a fun way to start the game again. Alright, so I know this planet does have gamma root. I just don't remember where. Is it pulpy roots that the gamma root come from? I can't remember. Oh my god. I have this advertisement playing in my ear right now. It's talking about you can call their services at any time. We have AI agents that will answer your call. And I'm like, that's just as bad as having a computer answer your call. It's not gonna know what the fuck to do, and it'll if anything, it will say something along the lines of, oh, you're gonna have to wait for an actual person to get something like that done. That's exactly what it's going to be like. So they're gonna have so many angry customers. Why would you let AI answer your phone calls? They're not going to be able to give you, they're not going to be able to give the person a suitable response, one that will make them happy, because they're not going to be able to connect them the right way that an actual live person would. So you may as well have a computer answer it, because at least then the person hearing it will be like, well, I may as well not argue with this computer, and then give up and hang up. But no, it's just going to incur more people to be angry when they get an answer from something that seems like it's an actual person, but then it turns out to be an AI, and it's just gonna make them even more mad because they wasted maybe even hours trying to get a hold of someone that they can't get a hold of because they've been talking to an AI for several hours. That's so mean. For one thing, that's mean. And for another thing, that's going to result in them losing customers, and they don't realize it. You think people are upset at the fact that they get robocall or robo answering systems? You realize those people will be even more pissed off when they get an AI answering system, because they're going to be fooled for several hours and then feel like an asshole for talking to what is basically just a computer. That's not going to end well. I don't remember what company it was that was saying this on that advertisement I heard a second ago, but they are about to lose so many customers, or potential customers. I don't know. I think they could be a new company, but they're definitely going to not be getting any good business. They're just going to get angry complaints and reviews from people who are trying to use their service and keep getting fucked by a AI robot. That's the other thing too, is that AI systems have to be taught to answer, and if the person in charge of teaching the AI robot is an asshole, he's going to bring your entire company down by teaching it to respond in horrible ways to the customer. To anyone wondering why it's taking me so long to find Gamma Root, it's actually a little bit difficult to find on the planet. I feel like there's a way to scan for it. Is it solar vines that I'm looking for? It's just I don't remember what the default plant is called. Gamma Root is something that you get off of another plant. I think it's these. But yeah, like I said, the Gamma Root isn't obvious. It's not something that looks like what I planted back at my base. This is Solanium. This is not... Yeah, this is not the same thing. Shit, I was hoping it was. Because Gamma Root's usually found on some kind of planet. What was it? Is it hot planets, or is it... I think it's radioactive planets, come to think of it. But I mean, I'm not saying that everybody should allow for... should have human answering systems. I mean, obviously people need to sleep, so if they want a 24-hour service, yeah, they're gonna want something that can be there to answer your calls whenever. I just think that an AI answering system is not a good idea for that very reason. A computer answering service, okay, yeah, definitely do it, but not an AI answering service. It's just going to piss people off even more than what they would be if it was a computer answering system. The computerized answering systems have been around forever now. So people are used to hearing them. Of course, they roll their eyes and then they hang up. Makes sense. But there are going to be so many people that aren't going to realize that they are AI answering systems, and they're going to try to talk to them. And It's just going to end in a bad time. Alright, well, there ain't none in this system. No radioactive planets, I mean. Let's go check the other one that my other system is in. You know what? Yeah, let's go to the space station. Yeah, my other settlement is in. I think that's why I don't mind Spotify having commercials. It brings back nostalgia of when I used to listen to the radio in the 90s. I stopped listening to the radio sometime in the 2000s. But I used to listen to the radio a lot when I would be drawing and stuff in the 90s. But free Spotify reminds me a lot of old radio. It's just you don't get announcers or anything like that. But the other reason why I don't mind commercials is that they bring up interesting topics, you know? I remember a couple of streams ago I ended up going on a rant about the new McDonald's chicken strip because of the commercial I heard on Spotify. And now it's all this with the AI. So, yeah. There's always a positive side to anything. And to anyone thinking, oh, commercials are evil, they warp your brain. Sure, I guess, to maybe weaker-minded people, but there are people who grew up with advertisements and know how to differentiate between the two things. I'm looking at the whole bunch of food that I have here, and all of it is from generic brands. I know I said, oh, I got mozzarella sticks. I have fried shrimp, and I have some ribs. All three of those things, generic. They're not name brand in the slightest. One of them's from the store that I work at, and the other two are the cheaper options that are in... Oh shit, storm. The cheaper options that are in the other... I don't want to mention where I got them from, but yeah, they're cheaper options from the frozen section, basically, of the store that I ordered them from. And they taste great. I don't know why people have such a problem with generic foods. For one, they help out your local grocery store. And for two, they're cheap and affordable. I don't know. I just never got the stigma behind generic products. They have to do what they're advertised to do, or taste the way that they're supposed to taste. So what's the problem? What, are you afraid they're going to intentionally poison generic food because it's cheaper? I can see that now. Your local grocery store is just like, their product line is just like, oh wait, we have to put a little bit of poison in this because it's cheaper than the corporate crap that's being shilled out by our competitors. I'm like, what? That's not how it works. And I know a lot of people think, oh, it's just repackaged from the actual product. No, that's not how it works either. If you've ever worked at a grocery store, you know that's not how it is. If something goes out of date in a grocery store, we throw it away. We compost it. Or if it's like something in a produce aisle, we donate it to a food bank. You know, if it only has like 2-3 days left till it needs to actually be thrown away, we donate it to a food bank. Not the frozen stuff, not the stuff that's corporate, stuff that's from a corporate line or anything like that. That stuff we have to immediately throw away because it's made with preservatives that go bad at a certain date. You know, we can't just hold on to it or repackage it, because then it becomes inedible. Fuck. My mouth's going a mile a minute here. Becomes inedible after a certain time period. You can't repackage that stuff. So all these idiots out there thinking that generic food is just repackaged from corporate branded stuff. No, it's not. It's made just like the corporate branded stuff. Well, not exactly like it, obviously. There are different recipes. It's made by your local grocery store's food processing plant. I don't really get why people think that happens. I realize it's probably a stigmatism that has been universally spoken of throughout the generations, but I'm here to dispel that rumor. It's not true. Your local grocery store isn't taking outdated products from the shelf and putting them in some kind of secret box and having them shipped away to a building that repackages it and then puts it back on the shelf. That's not what's happening. I don't know why people think that. I've literally worked in a grocery store for 10 years, and we have never done anything like that. It has to be disposed of, because if it gets sold, if it gets eaten, it's going to make people sick. I don't really know why people think that. I don't know when that started, but it needs to stop, because generic food is just as good, if not better, than the corporate crap that gets put out. Alright, so we got a policy here. Our researchers are worried by a surge in rocket boot races among the citizens. They are at odds with the citizens, only 59 of whom would support the ban. Rocket boot races sound very dangerous. If it was something cool, like maybe something where they could wear better things to keep them protected, I would be like, sure, but that's like the equivalent of doing a motorcycle race. It's very dangerous. Do not ban, citizen happiness goes up. I don't know. This is a tough one. It doesn't sound good. I know this is gonna make them sad, but it's literally for their own protection. What is this? Our it's for their own protection. Come on, guys. I know you're a little sad. I know I might seem like a downer, but you're gonna thank me when your children have parents, you know? When you come home to your children and they're like, "Mommy, Daddy, you're alive." Alright, so we need to check one of the planets in the solar system to see if it's radioactive, so I can get some gamma root from it. There we go, and we got our happiness back up to where it was. Alright, so what are we going to upgrade next? Can I upgrade this building? I don't know what its rank is. Ah, it's S. That's weird. Why isn't it displayed at the top? Oh, well. What about this building? It is a C. 150 pure ferrite. Yeah, sure. There we go. How long does this need? 20 minutes? Well, that should be enough time to go grab some gamma root. Where's my ship at? Oh, over there. First, let's check and see if there's a system or a planet. Yeah, here we go. Radio Upak. I don't think I named that planet. That's probably its default name. I know with some of these solar systems around my first base, I kinda got lazy. Well, because I didn't think the system was going to be important. It's this one. I remember it's supposed to have a ring around it. But yeah, that rain energy drink. Really good. Well, not the best energy drink I've had. But it is definitely okay. And it does seem to give me a pretty good boost of energy. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just went right down into here. Jeez. Usually the plane will even out. There's a storm going on right now. Gamma cyclones. Goodness.
Radiation protection falling.
Granberry. I don't know if that's what I need. Yeah, there's apparently storm crystals on this planet too, which is cool, but that means this place is very dangerous. Yeah, there's a storm going on. I thought so. That's why the storm crystals are available. Well, let's eat something here. It's not just that, but some people think that if they have to buy something that isn't a corporate branded object, that it's going to be bland. It isn't. Trust me. Sometimes I actually like stuff. Hostile attack vector detected. Oh, I guess it's... yeah, him right there. But yeah, as I was saying, it can be...
Weather update. Storm clearing.
can be just as good. In fact, some things that I've bought are better. Like the mozzarella sticks that I have. They are way better than any of the name brand mozzarella sticks out there in the frozen aisle. TGI Fridays, Nature's Best. The generic brand that I buy from this grocery store tastes way better. Not only that, but they hold their shape way better. So that just says to me that it's real mozzarella cheese. Nature's Best has some great mozzarella cheese sticks too, but they tend to lose their form because they get too melty, because it's not 100% mozzarella cheese. It doesn't have as much milk in it as mozzarella cheese is supposed to, otherwise it wouldn't do that. Alright, so I'm looking for gamma root, and I forget what kind of plant it is that... Ah, gamma weed, right. Okay, so it does look like the plant that I had at my house. Dude, I do not regret putting the Final Fantasy VII playlist. That's it. I do not regret putting that in my No Man's Sky playlist. I realize that Final Fantasy VII doesn't really have a lot of. It has some space themed stuff, but sometimes it's just the music fits so well in this for this game. Like right now, the motorcycle ride mini game at the beginning of the game. That's what's playing, and it feels like it's working so well with the atmosphere right now. How everything's all kind of radioactive, kind of interstellar alien planet. I don't know why. Like, if you didn't know this was from Final Fantasy VII, you would swear it was part of this game's music.
Radiation protection.
Oh shit, that must be one of those gamma cyclones. It's crazy. And when I say Final Fantasy VII music, I'm going to talk about the old OG stuff from the PlayStation 1. So if you can remember what it sounded like, you have to agree with me. It sounds 100% like it comes from an alien planet. Because it has that weird bass to it, you know, the... Not doing a very good imitation of it, but...
Extreme night radiation detected.
Shoot. I saw a flying fish I wanted to... Oh, fuck. Fuck. Grab it and go. Grab it and go. Get away from that thing. It's the bass line that's making it. That's the funny thing about it.
Radiation protection.
And then occasionally it does that. And it's played with the type of synthesizer that kind of sounds alien. It's great. Can't believe how well that worked. I feel like there might be some gamma root underneath this thing, so let's get rid of it. Oh, there are two of them. That's why it's so big. I was like, it's pretty big. There's three. Okay. Alright. Nope, I was wrong. There's no gamma root under here.
Radiation protection.
Let's get back to my ship. I might be able to make it. I don't know. I don't think so. I am really far. Fuck. Alright.
Technology recharge.
Alright, how much did that get me? $656. For lubricant, I need...
Extreme radiation detected.
Alright, I get it, I get it. $400, man. So that's 8. I already have 200 on my ship, so that's plus 6. That's 8. That's only 2 that I can get. I need 3, so I need to find more. Hopefully there's another one nearby. Alright, that one's pretty close. God, these bugs are freaking me out. I realize they're good bugs, but I see them and they make me think they're gonna try to kill me. I gotta be honest, it's a bit of a hit and miss with the Genshin Impact music. I just like the Genshin Impact music, that's why I added it. Oh, we got these things here too, these rolling orbs. Weird.
Units received.
This planet has a lot of interesting diversity to it. It has regular animals and unique animals. It's weird. I will say though, sometimes the Genshin Impact
Weather warning. Incoming
has
storm.
some very haunting music, which does kind of work when you're floating around in space. So maybe that's why I like it. I'm not that far from my ship. I should be okay to make it back. Just definitely want to make sure I get all of this. What the hell? Oh, sodium. Alright, I don't think there's any underneath of these things, because it doesn't seem like that patch of gamma root went over this far. Alright, back to the ship. Storm's getting nasty. If I could find it. Where is it? So much dust. There we go. Oh, we got a storm crystal nearby. Grab that. Just because. It's worth something. Not only that, but they are a necessity sometimes. Alright, so that makes 1,400 plus 200, 1,600, 4, 8, 12. Yep, alright, I got enough now. Now we just need to go back to my...
Extreme radiation detected.
Well, not anymore. I'm not on the planet. Durr. Alright, let's head back. Use the teleport here at the space station. Head back to the... Which one was it? I think it was the... I think it was Resolution. I think it was the Resolution settlement. Man, I should not have put my shirt on before I started this stream. It had cooled down quite a bit in my room, but I didn't think it was going to. You know what it is? It's because I was a little nervous on that planet with the storm and everything. I've gotten used to a lot of the really creepy and weird aspects to this game, but there are still moments where I worry, you know? That's just because that's the type of person I am. I tend to be a worrywart. But I'm like, come on, this is my main save. I'll be fine. Hold on. Don't get your bees in a bonnet. I don't know. I was trying to think of something that wasn't going to sound too weird. I couldn't think of anything. Alright, so... Let's get my shirt off here. Could also be all the caffeine. I can make you sweat. The fun thing about doing a No Man's Sky stream is that I'm not feeling the pressure to actually have something going on, you know? Unless it's unless it's an expedition, there's really nothing for me to really care about, you know? Alright, so we need... What is it I'm trying to make anyway? The fishing spot, which I'm still kind of still a little bit upset that it's behind a building now. I don't know why it moved. I don't know how it moved. And I don't know. Is that my fault? Is that because I chose something last time I played? Maybe. I don't think so. It feels like it was because of the update. Because that fishing spot here, it definitely was not behind a building. I remember being here and being able to see it and walk right up to the steps. But yeah, there it is. But now there's this building here. It was like right here, but I could walk right up it, like the steps were right there. But now it's changed. It's got a different position maybe. It was turned around, maybe an update changed its positioning, maybe. I don't know. I don't like it, that's for sure. That's it. 5 bionic lures. And I think I only really need to craft 1 to get 5. So let's make some lubricant, because I think I need 3 to make 1 stack of bionic lures. Let's make the lubricant first. What? What's missing? I didn't get to read it fast enough. The Fecium? Really? Alright. Well, you get Fecium by... Well, you know what? You could buy some, too. Come to think of it. Let's check out our shops here at our settlement. Because I'm not about to go follow animals around for poop. No, they ain't got nothing to sell here. Shit. I don't think it's different, but I do have 2 shops. Maybe they are different. It's so funny when you don't have one thing. You need to go through hell to get it. Now it looks like the same. It's so weird. Why do both shops have the same? Well, I think they're just... It's just because they're galactic and galactic terminals. Like, I'm pretty sure the one on my freighter is different. So let's go to my freighter. I know my freighter's here, right? Yeah. Should really do something about that. It's because the portal room was invented. That's why it's so awkward. You used to be able to just plop a portal down wherever. This is the same stuff, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, no Fecium. Copper, though. That's cool. I'll take all that.
Product received.
For some reason, exosuit upgrade charts, which is cool, but at the same time, I'm not about to wander all over the place just to get those. So it is a very rare thing that you can end up getting. Alright. Let's go to the space station here and check. We'll just hop to several different space stations. Because I'm not about to follow animals. Screw that. It's always my back, too. I know it's because I have long hair, but... my back gets very sweaty. Oh yeah, I was talking about this rain energy drink. It's the... orange creamsicle. It's not bad, but I kind of wish it didn't taste so much like the creamsicle, because... it gives off a taffy taste to it, and I'm not a fan of taffy. But I can stomach it, you know? It's not bad. I can really taste the orange, so... that makes it worth it. Nope, no Fecium here either. I'm looking for either Fecium or lubricant, because I realized you could buy lubricant at space stations also. So either or. We already were at... you know what? I don't think we visited the... Galactic Terminal. The Galactic Trade Terminal here. So it might be here. So many different life lessons in one stream. It's because of the energy drink. It's giving me all that. Making me gabby. Even though nobody's here. So to you watching in the archives, thank you so much. You're the main reason why I say this stuff. And if it's me in the future, future Jason, I hope you're doing great. Ooh, 5D Taurus? That's a new object. I've never seen that before. Yeah, none. Such a shame. Alright, well. Oh, you know what I should also be checking for? Is lithium. Because I think you could buy that in space stations also. Alright, let's go to chicken wings. I'm glad I figured out this thing with the earbuds, because for a while it was annoying me that I couldn't really listen to music while playing No Man's Sky. But I'm more than happy to now. Now that I have a nice small earbuds that don't make my ear uncomfortable. The only problem now is with how gross it feels in my I'm sure that's something I can get used to, but I've never been the type of person that's okay with having things in my ears. The only time it's acceptable is when I'm cleaning my ears, and I only do that once a day. Alright, now let's just go to this random place that I've visited before, obviously, but... I've got plenty of these space stations to look at. I visited a lot of places while looking for a paradise planet to make my home. I think it was in 2023 is when I did many jumps here and there. Gonna do that again this year too. 2025, gonna look for another home planet. Oh, man. How much do I have of this? I feel like I need to buy more, so let's do that. I also want to buy this because It'll save me a trip if I need to get more, you know. More fuel for my frigates. I'm taking a lot of time out of doing doing settlement stuff to look for this. I gotta pay attention to the name so I don't accidentally go to one that I have been to already. Part of me kind of wants to eat these ribs a little bit too, because I got this dipping sauce here. Oh, right, dirt. I forgot you can buy dirt.
Received.
Okay, cool. So that should allow me to upgrade that one building. Might need more dirt in the future too, so I gotta keep my eyes open for that. But yeah, these ribs are great.
Received.
Once again, I almost got lemium and lithium mixed up. It's so weird that I haven't run into a single place that sells Fecium. I swear to God, it's like when you don't need it, you can't. When you don't need it, it's everywhere. But when you need it, you can't find it. That's, I don't know. I mean, it is Fecium after all. It's not gonna be everywhere. Unlike your local Walmart, you can go there and pick up a bag of fertilizer. You can't do that in No Man's Sky. Spark canister is something I've never seen too. That's cool. When did they make some of these things? Because I can't remember them being in the game. Oh well. Dirty bronze, we needed some of that before. We ended up getting some. Yeah, no. It's so weird. I've only done this like once before on stream. I forgot what I called it. I guess I could call this a shopping spree, but I'm not spending that much money, so I don't think it's a spree. Like window shopping? I don't know. And before any of you are saying, wow, Jason, you've got so much food there. That sounds like just a meal for each thing. It is, obviously, but it's all going to be leftovers too, you know? I'm the kind of person that makes a bunch of stuff and has leftovers, because leftovers are easy. You could just pop them in the microwave and heat them up and then eat them. And yes, they don't taste as good as fresh, but it don't really matter to me. As long as I have something to eat while I'm working. I haven't had nothing. I may end up having to go to the bathroom soon. So, I might have to... That's another thing I want to work on when I go on vacation. I want to try and make it better to find music that will not trigger YouTube's copyright system. I mean, there are tools that you can use to check for stuff like that. YouTube even has some that you can use. It's just I have one that I've been using since like 2015, and I'm not about to change. As long as it still works, I'm going to keep using it.
Product received.
This star silk used to be so hard for me to find. But a friend of mine just gave me a whole bunch of it one day. I think it was 4K. I miss 4K. I know we've had our moments where we were upset with each other because, you know, a lot of times when they come into the stream, it felt like they were trolling my stream. But I forgave them for a lot of it. And I still forgive them, you know, because I know sometimes it can't be helped. Some things come out the wrong way. And I'm a slightly sensitive person, and when I see something in text, I tend to think the worst sometimes because it's difficult to... Oh, this is one of these. Okay. Well, I don't... Oh, wow. I didn't realize they had a free upgrade. Did these used to have upgrades? I can't remember. Oh, sure. Why not? And I think they have a trade terminal on these old-fashioned systems. And before anybody says, "Oh, it's because you visited an old system before they did the abandoned system things." No, that's not why this is here. No, all of the old systems from way back when got turned into new systems, so... No, this is just here because this is part of the lore now. Okay, yeah, they do. They have different names, but I can tell what they are by how they look. Oh, no, that's Diatrite. It's so weird that... Oh, cool, chromatic metal. I'll buy that.
Product received.
It's so funny that the names on some of these are just broken. Just further illustrating the fact that these are abandoned systems. Oh, I don't remember this. Oh, cool. They even have one of these here. Interesting. I wonder why. Maybe somebody needed it and they were like, oh, right, we don't have these in this system. Maybe that should change. Oh, they even have a place to get a gun? Whoa! Oh, this is my multi-tool station. Never mind. I thought this was like a place where you could get a brand new type of gun. They've added a few things to these abandoned space stations. A lot of this stuff never used to be here. this free stuff and whatnot. That's interesting. I wonder what made them decide to do that. Because they used to just be... They'd have nothing in them but a trade terminal and a teleport thing. And that's it. I don't know, maybe that was just not enough for some people. I tend to... What was I saying about... Oh man, I lost my train of thought because of that that space station. Oh well, I can't remember. Well anyway, yeah. As I mentioned, I have a dipping sauce that I'm eating alongside of the shrimp and the ribs. It's my own recipe. I take Old Bay seasoning, A1 steak sauce, and ketchup. I mix it together, and it makes a really good barbecue sauce.
Product received.
I want to say it's a barbecue sauce, but I mean it's literally just some really tasty stuff put together. But yeah, it's good on a lot of things. It's good on shrimp because of the Old Bay seasoning, obviously. And it's good on any meats, really. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've had it for everything. Chicken nuggets. Like I said, it's a very versatile barbecue sauce. Man, I hope I find some PCM soon. I'm kind of getting tired of wandering around from station to station. The final act terminus? Oh yeah, this was the solar system that I was going to. This one is just on the edge of all things. Yeah, this is this system here is close to the very center of the universe. Or I guess you could say omniverse, galaxy. I don't know what it is. I keep forgetting. But yeah, this is really close. You go from here, and then you get to the center of everything. That's so I renamed it the Final Act system. At least it's the final act for me. Oh man, once again, more stuff that I don't need. All the way here at the edge of the universe. Alright. I think we're on the second here. Right, you can't go into pirate systems from a... You can't go into them from a regular space station because, you know, the pirates will be like, yo, get that motherfucker out of here. He came from a system and he's gonna get us in trouble with the cops. And that makes sense too, because they'd be able to track me. They'd be like, ooh, pirates, let's go to that system and bust them up. Or at least that's what I think the Sentinels would say. Sorry, I changed my sitting position. Getting tired of sitting because my dang elbow. I know I complain a lot about my left arm ever since I, got it messed up. Ever since I messed it up, I've been complaining about it, and I know I shouldn't because there are people that have it way worse than me. To anyone who hasn't, you should check out Bryce's channel. The guy that comes to the chat every once in a while. I have him subscribed to my channel. You can go to my subscribe section, you'll see him. His name is Bryce, and he's a really great guy, and I love watching his stuff. But the one thing that amazes me the most is the fact that he has a bum arm. Like, literally, you can't really use it that much for anything, and you can see it in his videos. It's really messed up. But he still is able to play all of these video games that he plays. He was playing a Tony Hawk game. I think that's what it was. He was playing a Tony Hawk game the other day, and I can't even play a Tony Hawk game, and both of my arms are capable of being used to play video games. I could play video games just fine with both of my arms. It's like, the only thing I can't really do with my arm is like lift super heavy stuff. I can lift stuff, don't get me wrong, but if it's anything over like 40, 50 pounds, it messes up the, what's the one bone? The really long one, the really long thin one. Shit. I don't know shit about bone anatomy. I know there's the humerus bone, but then there are two other bones in your forearm that I can't remember the name of. But the really long thin one, it feels like it's about to snap anytime that I'm grabbing things or lifting things for too long, or, just moving furniture. Which is why my sister has to help me whenever we're moving furniture around the house. But Bryce, he's able to play so many very intense games, and it surprises the hell out of me every time, because I'm just like, I was playing, for an example, I was playing Sonic Frontiers, and I wasn't that great at it. And I have no excuse to not be good at that game. But I bet you Bryce would try it. If he's interested enough, he'll overcome his limitations to play a video game, and I feel like he should have way more subscribers than he has. Because that says to me that he really enjoys video games and that he's willing to go out of his way to do his best to play a video game like that. Just says that he's very dedicated to gaming. So yeah, check out his stuff. If you're watching in the archive, go check out his videos. I 100% recommend his stuff. But yeah, I hate the fact that I complain every once in a while about my sitting position. But it's only because I have no other way to sit. I can't sit in my office chair because fuck that. I've been sitting in it like all day. I want to relax. I want to lay back, you know? And I can't do that when playing a video game without leaning on something, you know? I've seen people play video games where they could just lay back and play, and I can't do that. I don't know what it is. Like, I can't lay back and eat like I see some people do, you know, when they're snacking on something, just laying back. I see my sister do that, you know, when she comes home and sits back in her bed, and not April, my older sister. And she's munching on chips or something, and I'm like, I can't do that. I don't know why, but I fucking feel like I'm gonna choke when I'm doing that. But it's not just that, but I can't really concentrate when I'm laying on my back. I can't even sleep on my back. I'm one of those people that has to sleep on their side or their stomach, which I can't do anymore because it's been giving me problems with my acid reflux and stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Did I check the... Yeah, nothing. This is so weird. I can't find Fecium. But yeah. I just have to sit in an uncomfortable position for a while, and then that's why you hear me moving my microphone, because I'm changing positions. I only game in 2 positions. One, sitting up, kind of Indian style, like I'm doing right now. And B, on my side. I can't... It's because of where my TV's sitting, I can't lay on my left side, or my right side, because my TV is... sitting directly in the middle of the wall, and my bed is up against the other side of the wall, more to the right of the wall, so it's kind of off tilt, so I have to lay on my left side in order to see the TV dead on, because if I lay on my right side, then I'm gonna have to move my head a little bit to the right and keep it there while I'm playing the game, and that's gonna make my neck uncomfortable, so... I know there are a lot of YouTubers out there and a lot of streamers that don't talk about stuff like this because all of them sit in an office chair and play, or a gaming chair and play, and I just can't. I can't. With how long it'll fuck with my back. I'm just telling you right now. It's either I need to get a better gaming chair or office chair. I don't care what you call it. A chair. I need a better chair. That's all I should say. Is I keep calling it a gaming chair, an office chair. But it is a stereotypical gaming chair. It has a little vibrating thing on the bottom for my lower back, and that's great for when I'm working, but it's still a matter of my lower back being compressed the way that it is in that chair. And these chairs are all so damn expensive now. They're all over $100, and I just cannot afford that. It is a ridiculous price. I'm not going to lie. For a gaming chair, for an office chair, either one, they're very expensive, and I can't afford it anymore. So I've been sticking with this chair, and it's been okay, but I have to sometimes just get up and take a break from sitting down. To anyone that's had to sit in an office chair for a long time, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you have scoliosis like I do, it just makes it even worse, because it's like compressing on the curve of your spine. And I like to lean on my left side doing that too, because it's the way that my spine curves. So I gotta be honest, it was worse when I was doing digital art and animation for a few people, as far as commission work goes, because when you're doing any kind of animation or any kind of work where you have to draw, you basically gotta just hunch over your tablet or my Cintiq, is what I like to call it. I don't really like calling it a tablet because that could be anything. There are so many different things that are called tablets these days. But my Cintiq, I have to hover over it while I'm drawing, and it was so much worse way back when because it would be hurting my lower back and my upper back, and I'd just be like... That was back before I was really streaming as much as I am now. And when I'd get done, I'd just spend the rest of the day just laying down on my back. Not going to sleep, because I can't sleep on my back. That's just how I'm wired. Just laying there, looking up at the ceiling. It was nuts. But I haven't had any commission work like that. It's not that I wouldn't want it. It's just that... It's kind of an expensive thing for people to have to pay for these days, and they would rather not. And I get it. I 100% get that. I'm not telling... It's not like I'm going to just demand people pay me to do stuff. That would be rude. You know? Am I on 3 or 4? Oh, this is the other thing too. It's really difficult to keep track of these places that I've already been to. I guess maybe it wouldn't be something, because this page has the, yeah, let it begin again and stuff, so... Be the 3rd page then, I guess. At this point, I feel like following some critters around would probably have yielded me enough Fecium by now. I can't believe I was so low on Fecium. That's weird. I'm hoping this isn't gonna break the game with how many places I'm visiting. I mean, it shouldn't. I've seen games where people have gone all... Oh, discovered by Stu? Well... I didn't realize I went to somebody else's system. I'm gonna buy all your dirt here. I mean, I got enough dirt now to justify going back and just upgrading that building, but now I feel like I have to find Fecium, you know? I'm just gonna do that. I'm like, screw it at this point. I've lost track of where I'm going and where I've been, so... I've got enough dirt. I should just upgrade that building. Like I've been wanting to. Because I think that one also... upgrades happiness, which is something I want to focus on for both settlements, to be honest, but... This one specifically because... I'm trying to get it to an S rank. And the happiness is a little bit lower than it should be. Is the person here yet? No. Okay. Alright, I think it's this building right here that needs dirt. Yes. I finally have dirt for you. Hooray. How long? Whoa, an hour and 30 minutes. That's a long time. Alright, so let's put all the stuff that I have. When did I get this? Oh, right. This is one of the things that... Why is this glowing? Did I accidentally pin something? No. Why is this glowing? Why does it want me to... That's weird. Oh, alright, well. We'll put this stuff in our freighter. That away. I don't get confused why it's in my inventory. I don't think I have any lubricant in here. I can put this up here with these. When did I get this? When did I get these things? Where did they come from? I'm like, huh? I honestly don't even need this. Let's just destroy it and get the nothing from it, apparently. Whoops. Okay, dirt. Yes, I'm listening to some Sonic the Hedgehog. This is Palm Tree Panic though, so it's Sonic CD. I love how Palm Tree Panic is used so much in the Sonic games. And so many people don't even know where the heck it originated from. I was one of those people for a while before I got Sonic CD on... I think it was the Ultimate Collection for the GameCube. Yeah, I didn't know where it came from. I thought it was just some music that they created for, where was it? Where was it I first heard it? It was the menu screen in Sonic, 3. That was where I first heard it. I had no idea that it was, Oh wait, no, that is the... Palm Tree Panic, though. Wait, what one was that? That one has been used in menu screens for Sonic, though. I can't remember what it was, though. That was not Palm Tree Panic. That was what I was listening to. Was the menu screen for Sonic 3? But Palm Tree Panic. I'm trying to remember what that sounded like. I don't know, but my point still stands. People didn't really know where it came from because we didn't get it here in America for some time. I'm surprised at how many times the gorillas are popping up in my... Whoops. Put it in my ship. That's where... It's there. Okay, but... I gotta be honest, it's not that surprising because I put the entire library on my Spotify, and I probably shouldn't have done that because I don't like every Gorillaz song. Like I said, I was going to try and fine-tune it, but I still haven't gotten around to doing that. Oh, right, the scaffolding. That's necessary for... I still have to go through that, don't I? I haven't even been concentrating on that. I've been more focused on... having fun. What is this, by the way? Huh? Species record. M. apapuro. Species record. Huh? A fragment of discovery data from planet Tuatua concerning local fauna. It is marked as having been collected by a local Gek explorer. What is this? Oh, I can analyze it. Well, let's do that. It's not worth anything. What did that do? Did it give me a discovery? Is that what it's supposed to do? That was weird. That was the first time I ever encountered something like that. Interesting. Oh, new citizen request. That's very cool. I didn't realize there was such a thing in this game. So apparently you can find discovery logs as well. That's interesting, but at the same time, like, why? Is it necessary? Who knows? It might be. Maybe people will want to start selling each other stuff. Like, if somebody finds a great planet before anyone else, they're just like, oh, you want to be able to name this planet? Well, here's the discovery info on this planet. If you want, you could buy it for several billions worth of something. If that's not something that happens at some point in No Man's Sky, No Man's Sky's discovery system becomes capitalized, I'll be like, oh, really? I mean, cool. I've probably got so much that I can I could sell for billions of... Nah, Quicksilver isn't transferable. Nanites, though, they are, but they're also duplicable. So there's really no point. Figure out some way to make Quicksilver transferable without making it duplicatable. And there we go. Capitalism meets No Man's Sky. Alright. Divination entity Afi wishes to undertake an expedition across the planet along with several other citizens. They wish to locate ancient relics and feel that a nearby monolith is the perfect place to establish their dig site. They promise the settlement will have full ownership of any artifacts they recover. So this will cost me money, but it will begin something that could become fruitful in the future, and I'm okay with that. Sometimes that expedition yields special buffs for your settlement, so whenever you get it, whenever it pops up, send them on the mission. It might cost you a bit of money, but it is worth it in the long run, because having those special buffs to your settlement really do a lot to paying off your debt. Speaking of which, I want to see how much debt this system has going for it. I also forgot to upgrade. Oh no, the building is probably ready by now. That's what it is. After I get this building set up for an upgrade, I'm going to go to my freighter, sit down somewhere, and take a little bit of a break because I have to use the potty. Some shrimp. Whoa. Wrong button. I don't get why making their homes better makes them unhappy. Oh well. Maybe they don't like having new citizens. Who knows? Ionized cobalt. You know what? Let's upgrade something else. I'm tired of making my citizens unhappy with their beautiful home. I don't get them. I really don't. I'm like, guys, come on. Don't you want a nice place to live? And they're like, no, we don't want new friends. Okay, this requires nitrogen. All right. That's more accommodating. Oh, right. I need to bring in my freighter. Nitrogen, I think, is something that I can get. I think it's a gas that I can harvest in space that I've done. Or not. Maybe I just need it in my inventory. Sometimes that confuses me. With some things you don't need to have it in your inventory, but with others you do. It's weird. Alright, here goes sulfurine. I think it's yellow. I think it's a yellow gas. Well, that's not gas. Here it is. Nitrogen. There we go. How long does this take? Hour 30 minutes? That's fine. I think these guys could use some better living, not living conditions, better food rations. Alright, let's go to my freighter. I'm gonna just warp there from here. Find a place to sit down, let you guys listen to some music while I use the little all creators room. But yeah, like I said, this is going to be a long one. A nice long stream. It's a shame that SJ or somebody isn't here. Alright, cool. I'll leave you all with some music and whatnot, and I will be back in a little while.
All Creator said, "Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the music. If you're watching in the archives now would be a great time to leave a like."
Alright, I'm back. And ironically, we were talking about Palm Tree Panic, and it just popped up on Spotify. Alright, so yeah, it's dun 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 dun. Okay, that's not Palm Tree Panic. No, it's not. Oh yeah, I think Palm Tree Panic is right. Which here? Wait, is this it? Let me check. This is it. Yes. Okay, yeah. This has been used in menu screens on Sonic games before. I just get so many of these mixed up because a lot of the Sonic CD music is used in future iterations as menu screen music, and people don't know where it came from because we didn't get it here in America. I was one of those people for a while. I think this song in particular, Palm Tree Panic, was also used in Phantasy Star Online, the first game for the Dreamcast, and I never realized it. I never realized that it was from a Sonic game. And it's great because at the same time, people who did know were probably laughing at people like me who didn't know. So kudos to those out there who did know. But yeah, I'm just one of those poor pleb Americans that didn't have it and had no clue until the Ultimate Collection released and we heard it ourselves. I have both. I have Ultimate Collection and Ultimate Collection Plus, one for the GameCube, the other for the PlayStation 2. I have both of them, and I have not 100%ed them. I'm one of those idiots that buys collection games just so I can be like, all right, now I have games that I missed out on in the past, and I feel okay with that. Like, I'm at some point in the future going to pull these old games out and just play them. But I don't know how my life's going to be when I'm old. Part of me hopes I'll be able to do something like that. But with everything that's going on right now, part of me doesn't even know if I'm going to be able to retire or be eligible for my Social Security when I retire because of all the stupid shit that Trump's doing. It's like I said during one stream to anyone who's wondering why I take so many things Trump does personally is because he's doing all these things to hurt American citizens, and I'm one of them, you know? So, of course I'm going to take it personally. He's sitting there talking about, oh, we don't need Social Security. Yeah, maybe you don't, but over 75% of the American population fucking needs it. The man is just on such a fucking high horse. Can't see us at the bottom here struggling. That's why I fucking hate wealthy people. That's why I didn't want him to be president. I'm telling you right now, I don't care about Biden. I don't care about Hillary Clinton. I don't care about Kamala Harris. I just did not want him to win because he's a spoiled rich bastard and he didn't deserve anything that he's gotten in his entire life, and he certainly didn't deserve to be president. So of course I'm pissed off at the man for winning because the man is not supposed to win. You know, there's supposed to be a universe where things are fair, and this just is not fair to all of us who are working and slaving our lives away to see a man like this just get shit. It's not fair to us. There are so many people that deserve that position that he did not deserve, you know? Alright, well, that's this expedition completed. What do we get? I did not hit circle. I did not hit square. I hit circle. I don't know why. I don't know why that popped up. Just a bunch of stuff I really don't need. It's all been put into my freighter. In the default menu, too. That's what I don't like, because then I have to allocate it to somewhere where I can keep it nice and organized. What is this again? Yeah, it's something to sell. Okay. I hate it when I get stuff like that, and I really don't need it. What is this again? Oh, right. These are for our living ship. I forgot. Oops. Yeah. And all those people out there that are saying stuff like, "Oh, you're just jealous. You're just jealous." No, I couldn't give two flying fucks about the man himself or his money. I'm caring about all the shit that he's doing with it that is hurting me and millions of other people across the world. Not because a lot of that shit isn't even just affecting America, it's affecting other countries too. And to anyone who lives in another country, either A, you know what I'm talking about, or B, you're too ignorant to know what I'm talking about. And to that I say, well, I'm sorry, please get educated. But still, the fact that they can't do anything about it and they're at the whim of what the American system says is ridiculous. And it's only because he's in charge. And that's fucking terrible that such a person can do so many horrible things to affect our planet and get away with it, for one, you know? You'd think that there'd be some retribution, but there isn't, and it just pisses me off, you know? So it has nothing to do with his money. It has nothing to do with what he has. It has everything to do with who he is and what he's doing. Because there are plenty of rich people in this world. Don't get me wrong. Half of, like, not even half, like, I only know 5 of them, really, and that's because the news won't shut up about them. But even the other ones besides him, I don't really have too much to say about them because they're not actively doing things that are in the media constantly. I know that they do things, obviously. We all know that they do things behind closed doors. But the fact that they aren't actively out there publicizing it like anyone can get away with it is just criminal, to say the least. And to anyone who are saying things like, oh, he's just making things aware so that we can actually start doing things about it. No, he's not. That's not his intention. Because if it was, then he would actively be listening to the people who are telling him no, not to do it, and taking responsibility for his actions, because it would showcase what happens to people when they do it. If that's his huge conspiracy theory plot at the end of the day, that he's supposed to be this beacon showing how corrupt the system is, he should be doing his best to either work with the system by actively showing up to court cases and actually being shown what kind of charges can await people who act like this. But he doesn't. He takes no responsibility whatsoever. And if it was somebody that wanted to show how corrupt the system was, they wouldn't be doing that. They'd be showing, yo, look, this is what happens in a system that's corrupted. No. he would not be going back on shit. and doubling back on how many things that he's doubling back on. And the thing that everybody's pissed off about right now are the Epstein files, and obviously he's on them. He's 100% doing his best to hide all of that. And if he was a man trying to expose the corrupt world that all of these rich, fancy people get to get away with, you'd think he would release it, because literally all of the rich, fancy people knew Epstein and are probably on that list. And it wouldn't matter whether or not he's on the list to him. If he was actively trying to expose corruption, then he would be releasing it. And now all the MAGA idiots out there realize that's not what he's doing, because he's not releasing the list. They're like, oh, my dreams are shattered because I thought this guy was going to expose corruption, and it turns out he's not. And we're all saying, you know what? We knew he wasn't going to do it. We told you he wasn't going to do it. I don't know why you got it in your head that he was going to do it. And now he isn't, and he's proving all of us right, and you just aren't happy with it because you feel as though you're wrong. But that's not the thing that you should be focusing on. It's not about whether or not you're right or wrong, or I'm right or wrong. It's the fact that he's wrong, and he's not owning up to it. That's what you have to focus on. So the fact that they aren't listening on that matter just says to me that they're going to 100% double back whenever Trump comes up with some kind of bullshit lie to play all this Epstein shit off as something Democrats did. And they're just going to go back to worshiping Trump again, because they're not realizing the fact that he's wrong and not taking responsibility for it. They're focusing on the list being released, but they're not focusing on what's important here. And that's the fact that Trump is the bad guy in all of this. So the fact that they're not focusing on that says to me that they 100% are going to do a 180 and go back to worshiping Trump. And that's just so sad. But it's just part of why he's getting away with all the shit that he's getting away with, is because people aren't holding him accountable. The right people aren't holding him accountable, and that's his fan base. The more of a fan base he has, the more he's going to get away with stuff. And it doesn't matter whether or not you think he's going to expose corruption. If you don't hold him accountable for the corruption that he himself is doing, all of the corruption he would expose becomes null and void, because it's like, who the hell worships a hero that's just as bad as the villain? Nobody. You don't see that anywhere. You don't see Batman being all like, oh, Batman killed all of those same people that Joker killed. And he doesn't do that. Of course he doesn't. That's why people respect Batman, because he doesn't kill people like the Joker does. That would make him just as bad. That's his whole thing, is that he's not as bad as the villains he puts behind bars, and all he wants is justice. So if you're thinking he's some kind of vigilante hero like Batman, you're way delusional. Please don't think that, because that's not what he is, and that's not what he's doing. He's more like Lex Luthor, if anything, but not as competent. I think I've said that before, too. Alright, well, that's my political rant done. It took about 10 minutes, thank goodness. But yeah, that's all I have to say about his dumbass talking about all the stupid shit he's been talking about the past week. Awesome, we did it. I'm just saying, if they wanted to, if MAGA really wanted to open their eyes and realize all the shit that's been going on, I would welcome it. I 100% would, because it feels like this is something that they should have realized a very long time ago, and if they are waking up to it now, I'd welcome it. I really would. But part of me just feels like this is just going to be another situation like with what he did with the whole I'm forgetting what the hell it was called. When the one guy came out and was talking about his VP. That's it. I can't remember his name now. Mike Pence came out and was talking about all the horrible things that he wanted to have done when he 2025. That's it. The Project 2025 shit that he was talking about Trump doing or wanting to have done. Everybody was all like, "Oh, this is all horrible. This is bad." Even MAGA was like, "Wow, this sucks. This really does suck." But then when it turns out he was responsible for 2025, they're all like, "Oh, it's not as big a deal as you think it is." And I'm like, "But you were all saying not long ago that it was a big deal and that it shouldn't be happening. And now that it is, you're acting like it's not just because Trump's responsible for it." It feels like that's what's going to happen again with these Epstein files. Like, he's going to downplay it so much, and they're going to do a 180 on how they're feeling right now. But yeah, like I said, if they do finally see the light and they do come to realize he's not the person they thought he was, I welcome that. That's 100% great. I give anybody the benefit of the doubt. I do. But it just feels like they've had moments where they could have had the benefit of the doubt several times during both administrations, and they didn't. They just didn't. And it all comes back down to responsibility, too. That's the thing. Oh, should I send them out again? I probably should before I leave. Where'd my freighter go? There it is, up there. Wait a minute, what's going on? Oh, where the heck is the entrance? Oh, is it on the other side? What's going on with my... Yeah. It's always upside down. I don't get that. I call it in and it's upside down. That's weird. But yeah, if this does end up being the straw that breaks the camel's back, of course I'm going to think why? Why now? Out of all the things that we already knew about him, why is this the thing that surprises you? And not, you know, the actual horrible things that he's done, like get rid of Medicaid and take away free lunches from poor children. Why is this the thing that's upsetting you guys so much? I don't know. I guess better late than never. Oh, no. It's this way. I was in the right room. I just was so focused on talking. This is why I don't talk that much when I'm playing certain video games. I get distracted easily with the topic of conversation. This is also why I don't talk while I'm working, because I can get very distracted when I'm talking and end up messing things up. How much do I have? I didn't even look at that. I put it in my freighter. I have 300. Okay. Oh, they're 200 each, so that's 246. I have 600. I need to make more. What? Dehydrogen? Okay, I think tritium can be separated. But yeah, other than that, not really too much going on in the media. I know that the new Superman just released this past week, and it's been getting a lot of praise. And I welcome that. I love Superman. I love the DC universe. I know I've said this on the stream before, but I do like it better than Marvel. I don't hate the Marvel world, but the only Marvel thing that I really liked growing up was the X-Men, and it feels like that whole series has gone down the shitter in the past 10 years, so I don't know how they're going to be able to revive it, but whatever. It feels like they're tanking every Marvel property these days. They've gotten to the point where they're even trying their best to work with what they haven't been working on, which is the Fantastic Four. And I don't know, a lot of people don't seem excited for that movie. And here's the thing too, Superman, it feels like it came out of nowhere. You know, I see so many advertisements for Fantastic Four the past month or two that when people started talking about the Superman movie, it was because it was getting reviewed or getting seen for the first time, and everyone's like, wow, it's really great. But Fantastic Four, I don't even know if that's out in theaters yet. I haven't heard anything about it review-wise. All I've seen are advertisements for it. So, if it is out, it must not be doing all that well if I haven't even heard anything about it. Yet, Superman wasn't even out, and I was hearing reviews from big names across several different movie review stations, including certain places like Good Morning America were talking about how good it is. So, to think that it's... Right, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 1,000. That's enough. To think that it's doing so well is really good. I like that idea. I like the idea of the DC universe getting a rebirth and Superman being the one to do it, because, I mean, why else not? It's the thing that made DC what it was to begin with. That's what they started out with, so if there's a resurgence for DC, I welcome that. But it feels like they've been leaning on Batman a little bit too much over the past 10 years. So I'm glad that they have found some strength with Superman. Alright. Discovery. How are we looking? Can I go over to the... Okay. We gotta put these two up there. As well as an S-class to accompany them. And since it's... Let's do the 2 exploration. Normandy and Bowser's. Those are the only 2 I have. Alright. And I should have enough. Yeah, definitely. Okay, I think I might only be able to do 2. So which one are we doing next? Some balanced. Well, I definitely want to send out more, send out the Leviathan more so I can get some cool stuff for my living ships. Alright, put in some support too. Oh, cool. Sometimes when you put in more ships, it allows for a discount on your fuel. So fuck. All right. Well, what is this mission anyway? It's a balanced. So we got, oh, we ain't got no balanced. Is that Why? I thought I had at least... How much do I have left? Oh, I only have 200. Oh no, I only have 50. Well. Can I grab more? No, I cannot. Okay, well, that's fine. Sending out 2 is better than sending out nothing. Let's head back, see how much time we have. Oh, you know what? It would probably be less confusing if I warp. I think we have about an hour left till those buildings get done, so let's go to resolution and do some fishing. Got something finished here? No, I don't think that's what that means. But yeah, Superman's doing good in the box office. I'm very happy about that. Part of me feels like it also is because there's a new fan base for Superman because of the new series. My Adventures with Superman. That has a lot more fans than you would think it does. It's on Adult Swim, I think. And I've been seeing a lot of rave reviews for it the past couple years. So that probably has something to do with the reinvigoration towards the Superman series. Because for a while there it was Batman. Everybody was all Batman. And Batman was getting all of the movies. Batman was getting all of the TV shows. And don't get me wrong, I love Batman. I've said it before, he's my favorite DC character. But it gets to a point where you oversaturate stuff, and then it got so bad that they were just giving stuff to Joker, and it felt like that made it worse. It turned from a really cool detective or kind of universally loved series to being edgy and dorky, and I didn't like it because I was like, come on, man, it's such a great series. And then they started focusing on Joker, and I was like, no, this ain't doing it. That or Harley Quinn, which, don't get me wrong, she's a great character and everything, but it's really not main character material with her, you know? When it came to the Harley Quinn TV series, the cartoon on, I think it was Netflix or something. Netflix and Max. I think it jumped between the two. It definitely, they had to make up so much stuff. And if you have to go completely off script to make a TV series or show, whatever you want to address it as now, because everything's streaming and it's not on television anymore. If you have to completely go off script with your characters, just make something new, you know? Don't use old properties to and reinvent the characters to get something out there. Create new characters. I realize there are people that are going to have their eyes on something just because of a character, but if they really love the message that you're going for with the series, you can make your own characters to put in place of those characters to begin with, you know? Because your series should be reflected on how much people love the story, not the characters. And if you have to reinvent characters to do that, there's really no point in using those characters. Now I'm just saying, it's not that I hated the Harley Quinn show. I didn't hate it. I just really feel like they could have put completely different characters in those positions, and it still would have come across the same way, you know? And why they didn't do that to begin with just feels hypocritical to me, you know? It feels like they had to reinvent characters just to make their show visible to the mainstream populace, the fans of the series. And I get that's what a lot of people do in order to drum up views, in order to drum up eyes, to get people to look at something. They're like, hey, check out this character and the cool new things they're doing. I'm like, no, don't. Look, the character shows their butt in this one scene. It gets millions of views, gets a lot of people paying attention. It's just so fucking churlish. That's the word. It's churlish. And I can't stand it. It's the same thing that they did with that Velma series. And rightfully, everybody hated it. You know? It's just the way that people view the Velma series should have been the same way they felt about the Harley Quinn series. But because it was Harley Quinn, popular character from other franchise that everybody loves, it was different. And I just hate the fact that people aren't seeing it the same way for both characters, you know? I guess it's because the Velma series took such a stark, different stance from what they did with the Harley Quinn show. I mean, eventually people stopped liking the Harley Quinn show because it was getting a little bit too ridiculous, and I get that. It does make sense, because it was, like, the last time I remember seeing it, they were completely bashing characters like Bruce Wayne and the Joker, and I'm like, all right, well, if the fan base doesn't really like Bruce Wayne anymore, and if they don't really care about the Joker anymore, why do they even care about this franchise to begin with? It's just, why do they even have these same characters doing this stuff anymore, when half of the cast isn't even characters that are that recognizable in the DC universe to begin with? That's another thing. Another reason why I feel as though they could have completely changed out the cast and made it about something else. Why did they have to put Harley Quinn there? If they were just going to be using a main cast involving secondary characters in the DC world, why did Harley Quinn have to be a part of it? Why couldn't it just have been another character that people didn't really know about in the DC world, you know? It makes no sense. That's the other thing, is that they could have done an outreach for so many in so many different ways with that show, but the fact that it's just, hey, look, it's Harley Quinn, a one-note thing, that's what it feels like. It just became a one-note thing, and that made me a little bit sad too, because I liked Harley for what she was, but that they taken it and put it in a completely stressed area in another direction, which is edgy, it just kind of ruined her character. Where's the... oh, this is the building. Here it is. Can the series be redeemed, though? Yeah, obviously. Should they go back to how Harley used to be? No, don't do that. Obviously, they've gone too far now with it that they can't really go back. But maybe just make everything about Harley now. Maybe don't spread your own opinions of the characters across the entire franchise, you know? Which is weird for them to do to begin with. It definitely doesn't seem like something that they should have allowed them to do to begin with. But hey, if Superman's back at it, and making money for them again. Maybe they'll go back to what Bruce Wayne used to be. Maybe they'll go back to the way Batman used to be. And they'll get away from all of this stupid, edgy shit like from the Joker movie and stuff. I know the Joker movie, the second one, tanked. And I'm hoping maybe that's what made them realize they need to get away from all this stupid edgy crap they've been doing with the Batman franchise. You know, maybe it kicked them in the ass and made them realize that they're ruining one of their more lucrative franchises. And we'll see Batman go back to what it used to be in the future. Although, I could be wrong. Hollywood is fickle. It's stupid. So they'll probably just make the same mistakes. As they do. Alright, fishing time. Oh. Settlement expedition's almost done. You know what? I gotta put bait on here anyway. You know what? I'll just wait out the 30 minutes by fishing, and then I'll do all of this stuff. Inventory full. I haven't made any bait. Great. I can. There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, sorry about that. I, just snacking a bit. I had to finish the, ribs before they got cold. Yeah, I really don't have much else to talk about. There really wasn't anything else going on this week. And I already talked about all the bad luck I had yesterday. Today wasn't that bad of a day. I couldn't figure out how to fix my 3D printer. There we go. New heaviest. Nice. But yeah, I couldn't figure out what to do with my 3D printer. That's really all that I had going on today other than work. Boy, though, I had to do a couple of fact checks today at work, and they took me down some rabbit holes. I had absolutely no idea that Famicom had made so many games for the PC-98. It was crazy. The PC-98 was super popular in Japan. I knew it was a thing in Japan and Europe. But, like, I just didn't know how many great games were first developed on it, including the East series. I mean, I already knew about that. I talked about that in a previous stream. But just Famicom in general, we're going nuts over there on the PC-98. And with everything that I had to read about and all of the games that I saw were available for it, it kind of made me want to get one. But I'm like, no, I wouldn't have a place to put it. I have no space in my office, nothing. I have some space in my living room table, but I'm pretty sure my sisters wouldn't like me taking up so much space with a giant computer like that. Giant old computer that I would probably only play once or twice. But it did make me very envious of a friend of mine. And I mean, I'm not that jealous, but it is cool that they get to have all this really neat stuff. Just makes me kind of wish I had my own house, you know? But yeah, I would say that's probably the funnest thing about having a job like that. Fact-checking work is going down certain rabbit holes on stuff you didn't even know about. As long as it's not anything disturbing. But then again, I can report that I'm not comfortable with certain topics. Like, without naming any names, there was this one time when there was a conversation piece, about something that I think was happening in New Hampshire that was race related, and I did not feel comfortable talking about the subject, or not talking about, working on the subject, but it was definitely something that I had no clue about, because I don't live there, obviously, and I don't know the people. But the more that I was looking into it without taking the job, I was like, yeah, no, I wouldn't feel comfortable about saying certain things, because there are certain things that you have to cut out that don't feel like it'd be comfortable to cut them out, you know? Like, you'd want the truth to be heard. And if there are certain topics that are concerning police reports and things like that, you're not really allowed to mention them. And when it comes to fact checking, you're really not supposed to coerce the situation. And I'm like, It's really at a point where you gotta be like judge, jury, and executioner. Oops, did not mean to do that. And when it comes down to doing something like that, I just don't feel comfortable, you know? And all I gotta really do is say, nope, I'm not doing this. And they're okay with it because it makes sense. Because they don't come to me for a lot of things like that, but 2 years ago when they talked with me about that, I was like, yeah, that's not really a good thing for me to cover. Personally, I have biases about stuff like that. I do tend to feel more like I would bring my own opinions to it when that's not something that I'm supposed to do as just a fact checker. The person writing the article is the one that's supposed to take all of the heat on something like that. Because it is their article. I mean, I'm mostly supposed to just inform them on certain things. I'm more, when it comes to fact checking, the person's more of a I want to say hindsight type of thing, where you're just supposed to point them in the direction of certain articles that they have to put into the report. You know the footnotes that people put at the bottom of articles like that? Those are the things that I have to look for. I have to look for things that I can be like, yeah, this is not right. Here's the thing about it that says it's not right. And then they add it to their footnotes. It's not a glamorous position. It's not something where I can be all... say things like, yes, I was responsible for figuring that out. You know, it's not something like that. It's not anything where I'd find some kind of hidden information that leads to the cure for cancer or something like that, you know? It's nothing like that. It's just nice to know that if I can help somebody save their career, I can do it. And, you know, at the same time, those certain articles can be very sensitive. So they should rely more on a person that would be impacted by that. Like from a certain perspective, certain people would be more akin to actually speaking up about something like that. But from my perspective, it's just like a regular guy that's not really influential. It's really far out of my scope of what I could bring to the table. And when it comes to something like that, then that's when I'm supposed to speak up and be like, yeah, my viewpoints will be very biased. I'm not really comfortable with talking about situations like that. I'm not the best person for this topic. And I can guide them towards somebody who'd be better off helping with that subject, but other than that, I can't really do anything to add more input. And I get why people need people like that for their work, because it can take up a lot of time to research things like that. You don't realize it until you're in the thick of it, but it could take hours, days, weeks to figure some of these things out. And a lot of people just don't have time for it. So I get why they get hired to do stuff. I'm not really going to say that they should do it themselves. Far be it. Because, I mean, it's the same with the art world. When it comes to doing things like in-betweens, you hire an entire team to do the in-between work. You know, that's the same thing with fact-checking. If you need someone to search for facts, you hire a fact-checker. I'm not calling the people lazy for doing that. It's just 100% a necessity in my eyes. And yeah, I know, that's why I get paid, but you gotta understand the kind of things that these people do. They're not lazy when they hire somebody to do this. It's just they're doing this. It's also good to have like a third party perspective on situations like that too, you know? So there are a lot of benefits to hiring a fact checker. And it's something that I don't talk about that often because it's really not something that I feel needs to be talked about. But you know, sometimes I feel like talking about it because it's like you guys tend to wonder exactly what it is I do, and that's one of the main things that I do when it comes to articles and video research. But when it comes to more commission type stuff like animating and drawing things for people, that stuff is like all me. I don't have to go to third party people for that. They just come to me like, hey, this person needs something, and I'm like 100% on top of it, like it's my own business. And I like doing that because I've worked with a lot of friends that I used to know, and a lot of new people that I end up never meeting, but they're 100% really cool people, and I don't mind working with them. You know, there is a lot of focus on money, though, which makes me uncomfortable. Like, I guess I could talk about this because he's a good friend of mine. I was working with someone called Dem Bones on YouTube. You should check out their channel. It's really great. You can see a couple of my stuff on his channel too. Like his thumbnail for one is something I've made for him that he uses on like all of his videos. But it's when it comes, what was I talking about? Right. It was the issue of money. Like when we were first negotiating stuff like that, he gave me way more than I was used to getting, and I was like, yo, this is a lot of money. And he's like, well, you're worth it. And that made me feel so good about myself. But at the same time, it's like I felt a little bad, but he's okay with it, so I was okay with it. And when it comes to negotiating money, I don't normally feel comfortable asking for prices like that. But it's nice to know that people view my work to that extent, you know? And it's not like it's just something he did because he was a friend of mine. He's seen my work before, and he knew the quality of my work, so he paid me according to what he felt was reasonable. And I'm not going to argue that, you know, because that would be rude in most senses. A lot of people would feel uncomfortable with that. I've spoken with other artists that feel uncomfortable when it comes to talking about and negotiating prices on things. So the fact that he was ready to take charge and just be like, here, this is how much I think you deserve, it just made things so much easier for me. But that's enough about my job. I'll talk about it that often because I tend to over embellish, and sometimes when I get really into talking about this type of stuff, I can say things that aren't things that I should be saying, especially not on a live stream. I did this at work one time at my other job. At my weekend job, somebody was asking about what it is I do in terms of fact checking, and I was talking a little bit too much, and I mentioned a little bit too much, and they were just like, oh yeah, that person, I know them. And I was like, oh fuck, and I realized I talked about them too much. That guy doesn't work at my store anymore, but the fact that I let something like that slip could have been a huge thing that could have gotten me fired. But he just kind of played it off, and I realized some people are cool like that, but a lot of people just aren't. Like, there was a guy that I used to work with when I was first doing overnight that would come in every night, and he would be acting like I could get him a job doing stuff. And people got to realize that you can't just walk up to someone in this industry and be like, hey, this guy here, you hire him, and then they get a job that way. That's not how it works. There's so many channels that you got to go through that I'm just not privileged to. I wish I was, because then I could probably make this an actual thing. It wouldn't be commission work anymore. It would be an actual job, and then I could actually get paid a decent amount every week, every 2 weeks, instead of having to make up for as much time, instead of working like 15 hours a day trying to get things together, and instead of having certain weeks where I have to eat ramen and hot dogs. If it was a stable job that I could actually depend on, then I would 100% feel as though I'd be more obligated to actually get other people jobs or to recommend them for positions and stuff like that. But if I was to even, I've done it before. I've been like, here, contact such and such number at this place, and you can speak with a person who can probably get things done for you. But if you don't have experience, blah blah blah, they're expecting to be able to say my name and it'll instantly open doors for them. I'm nobody. Like, if you think that's going to open a door for you, you're wrong. I could just give you a number and you can call it and see if you can get lucky. But that is literally a number anybody can call, you know? That is literally a number that anyone can find. It's part of their website too. That's the other thing. Like, I tell people about the actual place that I work with, Iris.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Stinking computer thing threw me off. Iris International. Iris Creative. That's what it is. It was International, but it goes by both, really, depending on which team you're working with. But Iris Creative, their website, you could go to. Anybody can go to it. Anybody can apply. It's literally right there on their website. It's not something that only I know, and people act like it is. But this guy who kept coming in every night was thinking that they could easily get a job through me, and I'm like, that's not how it works. I don't know. I didn't mean to bitter him on the whole situation. And before, when I was working with what was the producer, the partner, what was their name? Their subsidiary was Zoom and TV, but they were oh man, all I can remember is the image that they used for their company was like a pupil. Ah, man. I can't remember. Fuck. It began with a P, I think. I don't think it was pupil. It was something like that. But it was a partner program that I was working with for a while. And when people heard that I had something like that going for me, they thought the exact same thing. That I could give them secret information that would get them a job instantly, but that's not how it works. It's the same thing with a YouTube partner program. I don't know what people think when they think of YouTube partnerships, but it doesn't work like that. It's not something that you just call somebody, say, hey, yeah, this person, I know them, give me a job, and then you get a job because you know that person. That's not how it works. Like, if it was like somebody that works way up the ranks and has a permanent position or something like that, not commission work, yeah, it would probably work like that. I don't know. I've never really done a job like that. But like, if you're working for commission, that's not, you're just like a cog in a wheel. It's no different from talking to somebody that works at a grocery store. They can maybe give you a number to call, but that's it. But yeah, I've had people. There was even this one girl who was like all flirty with me, thinking I could get her a job, and I was like, you'd be better off just. That's right. I remember. I was like, you'd be better off just making a TikTok account and doing live streams on TikTok. And she did that, and she actually found a bit of success with it. Not much, but she had like 2,000 something people following her last time I looked 5 years ago. But even she thought that maybe something like that could happen for her, and I don't know where people keep thinking things uh about commission work. I don't know what people think when they hear the term commission work, but it's not what you think it is, whatever that is. I don't know. Growing up, I always thought that when people were talking about commission work, it was like, way back before the internet was really popular. I used to think of it like doing detective work or doing freelance work or doing contractor work, like stuff that you would do as a hard hat wearing individual, things like that. That's what I used to think of it as. And that was never really the first thing that jumped into my mind when it came to doing stuff for Hollywood and stuff like that. That I would never think was commission work, but I don't know why that's changed and why people hear the word commission and think, oh, this person must be super popular Hollywood movie star stuff. I'm like, no. Why do I work at a grocery store then? What the fuck? I just really hate it when people do that. And I don't want to be rude to those people. I don't want them to think I'm a snob. But in certain situations, it just feels like that's how it's going to end up anyway. And that's how it happened with that guy all the many years ago. He wasn't a bad guy. I'm not saying he was a bad guy. I just was a little sad that he thought that I was that kind of person and that I had to kind of dash his dreams, I guess. But, that's just the way it goes sometimes. You can't put so much on a single person. And the weirdest part is that I was working at a grocery store when he asked me, and why he thought that, I don't know. It's the same thing like when I used to work at Target in 2009. And I came in one day with a little iPad shuffle. Yes, it was 2009. I had an iPad shuffle that I had a bunch of my artwork on, and I was talking with an old friend, and I happened to show them some of my pictures, and they were looking at them all, and then they were showing other people that worked there, and they were all like, "Why do you work here?" I kind of had to roll my eyes. It's just the same thing, like literally everywhere I go. When either they see my artwork and stuff like that, they just immediately think that I can instantly be a part of a larger, grander scenario just because of how my stuff looks. It's not like that. I don't know why it's become so ingrained in our culture where when one person has talent, they just immediately assume that person's going to be a movie star or be part of the Hollywood scene. It's not like that. I don't know how many times I have to say this to people that I work with. It's not like that. It isn't. I'm just lucky that I can actually do commission work to begin with. There are people who can't, because they have absolutely nobody that they can turn to, and it's not like that's how it used to be it's not like it's always been like this for me. It used to be like that for me between the years of 2005 to 2015. I was on and off trying my hardest to try and find something to do with my artwork, and I couldn't. And eventually, the more you look online, the more people will discover you, and the more they'll like your stuff and want to help you out. Of course, that's obviously getting more difficult because of AI and shit like that. But I don't want to blame AI for the reason why it's been about 3 years since I've done any real artwork. But it feels like that is the whole reason. It's a matter of money, and it's a matter of people finding better ways to do things that aren't as creative, but get the job done. And that's like a whole nother rant in and on itself that I've covered many times on this stream, on this channel. But yeah, I hope to anyone out there that's been wondering for ages about my other job, everything that I've mentioned here, I hope that at least gives you some idea as to what I deal with on a daily basis. And also maybe answer some questions as to why I stream later than usual, or why I can't stream some days. It's just not as much of a stable job as you think it is. Things happen. Either you have to make up for stuff, or you have to spend every waking hour combing the internet for someone to help out or for something to do. And I'm not the only one. I'm not saying that this is just... I'm not trying to make anyone depressed or make anyone feel bad for me, because there are a lot of friends that I have on Blue Sky, for instance. I have several really great artistic friends. Blah blah 1000. You know what? I'll look up their names on Blue Sky. They have different names on all of them, except for blah blah. He's the only one that has the same name everywhere. Blah blah 1000. Oddsock. Rose Artemis. Our one friend Artemis that stops by the stream. Sandstormer. You know what? I'll just look up a list of followers. I'm going through all kinds of different names here. Oh yeah, he is different on Blue Sky. Well, no, it's blah blah Neeb on Blue Sky. I mean, Time Lords isn't a commission worker, but you know, he's trying his best to do something with YouTube. Yeah, Sandstormer, Leopard Samurai, who's I think he goes by the same name here on YouTube. Danny, Latia's Finder, V-Rex. V-Rex is actually doing really good in the world of commissions. She actually has an internship with last time I remember hearing about it, she had an internship with 4K Games, or what was it? Was it 4K? I think so. I think it was 4K Games. Sleepy Sock, Yashira, Yugi. She's a programmer. She's not really an artist, but she is a programmer and she is talented. Adam, I already said Rose Artemis. I'll say them again. Eternal, who's Eternal Memoir on YouTube. And that's it. The other people that I'm looking at here, Irish, CJ, and Prism, they're all they're not commission artists. But yeah, those are just a few names that I could mention that are trying their best. They're trying really hard to find commission work, and I feel really bad for them. And I have at times given them the names of friends that have helped me out. I think that Danny has actually found some work with a couple of our friends, one of which who was working with me, the one I mentioned, Dem Bones, who was working with me, has employed them, and so is John. He's done so as well. But other than that, like, when I see them saying things on Blue Sky about trying to find commission work, it just hurts so much, because I still have moments where I'm trying to look on... I don't say anything on Blue Sky or Twitter because you get a shit ton of bots on there, but the one place I have mentioned where I do find success a lot, that a lot of people don't even look at, is Newgrounds. I don't get what the whole stigmatism with Newgrounds is these days, but it is a great place to find commission work. And yeah, there's also Imgur, there's Tumblr, there's I don't use it, but there's I can't remember the name of the place. My sister goes there all the time. The only thing I really remember about this website is they use llamas as a reward system. I can't remember the name of the place, but they're all really great places to find commission work. But people don't use them enough. I mean, some of my friends do. Obviously, I wouldn't be mentioning them if they didn't. But Newgrounds is where I find a lot of stuff. They even have like an entire dedicated page that involves commission work. And I don't know. I feel like people don't talk about it that much anymore because there's a huge stigmatism with Newgrounds because a lot of the artists that were on there were doing not safe for work stuff. But you gotta realize that a lot of not safe for work artists start out somewhere and they do a lot of other stuff that isn't not safe for work, and it's not like they're horrible people for doing stuff like that because they go on to make really great stuff. I've seen this one animated show. I'm not a big fan of it. Smiling Friends. A lot of artists who have done not safe for work stuff work on that show, and it's it's like you can't hold things that they've done as their entire personality. A lot of times it's all an issue of whether or not you can do something, and the experience helps you out in the future as well. When I was younger, when I was a teenager, I was doing a lot of stuff that would be considered not safe for work, but the internet wasn't a thing back then, so it wasn't really not safe for work. It was more artistic stuff that I was doing to try and get into a school. The Baltimore, what was it? The Baltimore, I don't know. It was just this really hoity-toity art school that I was trying to get into. I did a few nudes, like professional, like artsy-fartsy nudes, like stuff where you're gazing at the human form kind of thing, because that was part of the requirement. Is there was the human form, the I can't remember what the hell all these labels were. This was like over fucking 20 years ago. It was a shoe. I just remembered what I drew. It was a shoe. It was a fantasy setting. It was a bowl of fruit. It was a live interpretation of an art piece that was on display. Like, you had to draw it from a certain visual aspect. Like, for me, I was drawing it from a bird's eye view kind of thing. And when I say live, I mean that you had to do it like right there in the group that you were in when you were doing the interview. All the other stuff was stuff that you would be doing daily and things like that when you were applying for the school. But that was the thing that you had to do live while being judged. They'd be walking by and surveying what you were doing as you were drawing it from the personal perspective that you were assigned, and mine was an aerial view. What else was it? I think there was another thing, but I can't remember what it was. I've been trying to remember it this whole time. It was like the third thing that I presented. But yeah, it's stuff like that that gives you the experience is what I'm getting at. Well, doing not safe for work stuff can give you great experience in the future for doing certain things. Like, I know that some people have practiced by drawing superheroes because of the skin-tight figures that they have. Understanding the human form is entirely part of being an artist, and not safe for work stuff can give you a great experience in doing that. And the fact that a lot of people look so negatively on Newgrounds for having stuff like that is a little hypocritical to me, because it's like, what do you expect? They're artists. That's one of the things that artists do. They study, they produce work on the human form. And sure, it's like a lot of really gross stuff. I get that, and I get the hate for that. But I'm not going to dismiss one thing over another just because a person wants to practice doing something like that. It's part of human nature and part of an artist's nature to want to experiment. And if you are willing to forgo one thing, then you are willing to write off an entire world of art that can be necessary for a lot of artists. And the fact that you're able to explore fields like that can also add to your repertoire and what kind of jobs that you can get. So the only reason why a lot of these people end up getting those jobs that so many people thirst and want and lust over is because they've demonstrated that they're willing to actually hold their own when it comes to exploring new fields, you know? And the hate for artists like that just baffles me, because if you are an artist, you'll be able to understand this stuff. But no, everybody's just like, oh, Newgrounds, I don't go there, that's for weirdos. And I'm like, okay, fine, if you don't want commission work, then don't go there. It's just more commission work for the artists that are willing to put themselves out there and try to find work. I haven't done anything like that so far, you know? I'm not saying that I wouldn't in the future. I'm just saying that I tend to shy away from stuff like that, and that's probably why I'm in the situation I am right now, where I'm mostly doing boring shit. But yeah, it's not just about artwork on Newgrounds either. There's like articles and video reviews and things like that that people need stuff for. And yeah, sure, a lot of times that instantly gets got up, and there's nobody that really... Like, the one thing that I find usually doesn't yield much success is the people that are looking for programmers and musicians. I'm not one of the people that's in either of those fields, but I see them all the time. People really want musicians and really want programmers. So if you're one of those, I'm not saying that you are. If you're watching this, you're probably not. That's 100% a great place to go is Newgrounds. So if you're thinking that it's all artists who do naughty stuff, you're wrong. There are a lot of different things that you can get commission work for on Newgrounds. So if you are an artist struggling to find commission work, go there. I guarantee you will find at least someone that can help you find work. And no, that's not me, because in case you haven't been paying attention, I haven't been on Newgrounds for a while now. I've been doing a lot of stuff through Iris, and it's been working out for me. It's just they don't really offer as much as I would like, you know? And it's just getting worse the more this AI shit takes over. I'm not saying my life is teetering on the edge, but I am saying that there are days where I don't really have that much to eat. That's why I'm kind of happy that I have so much to eat today. And why I will definitely have leftovers. But yeah, it's definitely not an easy job to have, and I 100% recommend having a backup position, a backup job, maybe even two, which is something that I've looked into more recently. 'Cause I get afraid, you know? This job that I do on the weekdays, it's not very stable, and that's why I'm glad I also work at a grocery store on the weekends. And they're okay with me making more hours, and I'm okay with that. But it's not something that I do all the time, because then I wouldn't get any sleep. And I'm glad both of my bosses understand that. But moreover, more recently, it's been my grocery boss who understands that. And no, I'm not naming names. I've already said I don't name names. But my grocery boss is great. He really allows me to... I help him out when I can. And I feel bad because it's... Like, in the past, I didn't have as good of a schedule as I do now. And I have turned down my bosses several times. And I feel so bad because I feel like I'm doing more for this more recent boss. And then my old bosses would come back to the store and they'll see that I've been doing so much for him and they'll think maybe bad things. Like, oh, why didn't you do that for me when I asked? It's not like that. My position's I'm just in a position now where I can maybe move some stuff around and make it work. I mean, it's like 3 weeks ago, I wasn't doing very good sleep-wise, which is why I had to cancel the stream because I knew I was not going to be able to find any time to relax. I only got like 4 hours of sleep that day, and I don't want to do that constantly. So I'm glad that they understand and they're ready to work with me with my schedule. Because otherwise I would be getting like 4 or 5 hours of sleep every day, and then anyone will tell you that's not enough time to sleep. I wouldn't be doing streams, I wouldn't be getting enough sleep. It would just be a mess. My life would be a mess. I feel like I'd go crazy. But I'm not going to jinx myself and say that shit's gonna hit the fan one day, but I am saying one day, if AI keeps becoming as popular as it is, I may end up coming to you guys and being like, hey, I can't stream anymore. I have to find a third job. And that will be a very depressing day, I can tell you that much. But I don't want it to come to that, and everybody feels the same way. I know a lot of my friends online haven't even considered having 2 jobs. I'm just one of the unfortunate individuals that has to have 2 jobs. And it's okay. I mean, I would like more freedom, but you know, that's just life. I don't mean to complain about it. I just, you know, hopefully one day we can have a future where nobody has to have multiple jobs. That's how it used to be, at least. Like, man, I can remember my first job and having enough money to just have one job. Yeah, it was when I was working at Target. Those were great days, come to think of it, and I really wish I could go back to those days. I do regret giving up that job, but I was doing so well with my YouTube channel that I could. And you know, when they say don't quit your day job, they really mean it. If I didn't quit working at Target and focus so much on my YouTube channel, I probably wouldn't be... Things wouldn't have gotten as bad as they were to where I need 2 jobs now, you know? Obviously, I would have 2 jobs then, too. But, you know, with everything, I could not foresee what happened to my channel happening, but it did. And it's sad, but, you know, that's the type of gamble I took. I shouldn't have quit Target. Then I wouldn't have ended up getting another job, breaking my arm, then having to get 2 jobs and stuff like that. But I mean, you can't focus on these things. Just sometimes I don't mind talking about my life, because I feel like it can be a mystery sometimes to you guys as to what I do, and me being transparent like this today gets a little bit off of my chest, you know? I didn't mean for this entire screen to be lasting as long as it did. Let's make a choice here. I'm sure you guys have already read all this by now. Find survival construction Dovey. Find end scrapper knock. Find them both. Dismiss everyone. Find them both. Well, okay, I'm gonna have to read this now. It's weird that they're asking me. Survival construct Dovey and Scrapper Knock are twin siblings. They're twins. Okay. Their relations have soured after Dovey stole something small from Knock. Knock has retaliated by destroying Dovey's reputation at work. Wow, I'm gonna find them both. This just seems like completely unnecessary on both their parts. Because the dude could have just come back and been like, hey, this guy did this, and then we could have had a better resolution. I could have been like, oh, dude, yeah, he shouldn't have done that. He deserves a fine. But no, he didn't report it being stolen. He just took the law into his own hands, which is just as bad, because now that dude don't have a job. And that don't seem that fair. He would have just had to pay a fine, but now he doesn't have a job and he has to pay a fine. So he deserves a fine just as much as the other guy does. Yeah.
Technology recharge.
But yeah, sorry. I'm very sorry that I ended up rambling for so long about that. I just felt like this is something that I've been taking too long to actually get down to it and talk about. And with nobody being in chat, there was really nothing to distract me. So to anyone out there that was wondering about how my life is, I know I've talked plenty about my grocery job because that job is very uncomplicated. I don't really... There's really nothing that goes into describing that job. And I feel like I've done that already several times, so... it was about time for me to... Oh, still need to upgrade the other building. Upgrade the other building. But yeah, I feel like it was about time for me to actually get rid of some of the speculation people may have about me and my weekday job. And now seemed like a perfect time to do it. Because, I mean, nobody's here. Nobody's been here all day. Which is very unusual for my stream. And the fact is, I thought that SJ was going to be here today. Oh well. I mean, I'm not going to say that SJ should have shown up, but I'm like, why not? What do I need for this now? 3 organic catalysts. Meh. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, it makes people happy. Alright, I'll help. Where's my ship? There it is. But yeah, I'm glad I could get all that off of my chest. It takes a little while for me to figure out how to talk about my other job. I keep saying other job. About my weekend job, my weekday job. In case you can't tell, you know. Sometimes I have a hard time talking about things without saying too much. That's kind of why I tend to shy away from talking about my weekend job, my weekday job. Because it's, It can be a very sensitive topic. And then anyone that doesn't really know what kind of a job it is, it's the type of job where you sign a
Hostile ships defeated.
non-disclosure agreement. If anyone knows what that is. I know I've said that before. But I don't think I've said it at all while I was talking about that job just now, so might want to throw that in there to clarify certain things. I'm not the only one that has that kind of a job too. Like some of the friends that I mentioned have non-disclosure jobs. John in particular, I was actually kind of surprised when he, I think it was back in like 2010, when he mentioned that on Twitter. I was like, oh, it's that kind of job. And obviously I congratulated him. I was like, that's great, dude. And you know, I'm not going to say I wasn't jealous at the time. I mean, anybody would be. But it's it's funny too, because that was also around the time that I was helping him with like his animated intros and stuff that I've done for him. He I don't know if he still has the type of job, but he was like telling me that, oh yeah, I have plenty of time now, because we were talking about doing stuff for videos on his channel, and I was like, my schedule might be a bit difficult, and he was like, no, I've got plenty of time now. I don't really have to focus so much on my one job because I make plenty of money doing this. And I was like, dude, that's awesome, because it's like, that's the kind of thing that we all dream about being able to do one day. And to hear that one of my friends was able to do that gave me kind of hope, you know? Me, obviously, it's not the same boat. Because I think he also has a manager position at the other job that he has. But yeah, if you're wondering, like, oh, all YouTubers just do this. No. A lot of times YouTubers have multiple jobs and other jobs too. It's not oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, let's take this moment, take a picture. I'm gonna need something for the thumbnail. Oh fuck, no, not that. No, can I go like, oh, there we go. There we go. But yeah, the YouTubers tend to have, a lot of them, you don't realize it, but a lot of them actually have common day-to-day jobs. And that just goes hand in hand with the type of commission work that they do. And believe it or not, a lot of people who are partnered with YouTube are technically doing commission work. Like, especially the ones that you see that have a shit ton of merch. Yeah, somebody has to make that merch. It's all commission stuff. Obviously, I'm not at that level with my 300-something subscribe. Well, I don't even think it's that. No, yeah, it's like 290-something last time I looked. With the very few subscribers that I have, obviously, I'm nowhere near there. So, but yeah, I'm just saying, if you're one of those people who think that, YouTubers are just making that bank with what they do every day, no, a lot of them. Oh, that's why I was in here. It's raining. I forgot. One of them in particular I've been watching recently, Big Ol' Words, he has like a contractor job that he goes to and he talks about on his live streams. And that just 100% says that most of the time when you're watching a YouTuber, you gotta know that they have another job. You know? You can't think that their entire life is devoted to making entertainment for you. If they don't have like over, I think it's somewhere along the lines of like 500,000 subscribers, they can't make an honest living to have their own place and stuff like that. Not even like an apartment, you know? They have to have close to like over a million subscribers to be able to afford their own house and things like that. And half of the people, I guarantee, that you're watching on YouTube don't have near as many subscribers to be like, I only have this job and just this job only, you know? I'm saying all this because I've seen a lot of it, and I've worked with a few friends that have things like that happen for them, and I'm not trying to discourage anyone, far be it. No, in fact, a lot of the times when I see a lot of my friends succeed, it helps boost my confidence. You know, so you should feel the exact same way. It's like it's been 15 years since I've been noticing stuff like this, and I still get hopeful to this day when I see friends of mine actually report on good things happening to them. Like the person I talked about a minute ago, V-Rex, and their intern job. When I saw that they had an intern with such a prestigious video game company, I was like, that's fucking awesome. And you know, it gave me hope for the future, because like, it's not a matter of who you know, it can just be a matter of your education level and things that you actually work hard to do. So always remember that if you're working hard to do something, you'll actually get something done. It's all dependent on how much you're willing to do. And I know that can discourage some people, and those people, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel like now it's impossible. No, don't think that. It's not. It's still 100% within your range to do, even if you're uncomfortable with the type of life that you have, and you feel as though it's preventing you from reaching those. Wow, 2 hours. Yeesh. And if you feel like it's preventing you from working hard, and those people, I'm obviously talking to procrastinators and people with mental blocks and things like that. Do not feel discouraged. I'm sorry, we've all been there. I'm 100% in there. On the weekends, when I come home from my weekend job, I have about, I think the weekends I enjoy the most because, like I said, I have a lot more time to sleep on the weekends because I don't have to do 2 jobs at once. So with all that time that I have, I mostly spend it sleeping. On the weekends, I get about like 12 hours of sleep. I sleep most of the day because I'm going to be up all night. And I could cut that time in half. I could probably get like 6 hours of sleep and still be okay for work at night. And then I could take that other 6 hours and probably do something with it. Like maybe make some animations for my channel. Or maybe break into doing animations for another channel or something. Or maybe even making comic books and stuff like that. But I've been in such a rut when it comes to doing my own stuff. I know that's kind of obvious with the same animation you guys have been seeing Banna do for the past year, and me keep on trying to say, I'll give her more animations, don't worry. That's all part of my own personal mental block that I have going on. And when I get done with one job, I sit down and I say to myself, I could be using this time to do such and such, and then I just don't because I'm procrastinating. So don't think that it's just an issue with you. If you're a procrastinator, if you have mental block, it's not an issue with you. It's the fact that everybody has to deal with that. and it's all in how you use up your energy. And a lot of it can be a case of inspiration, that you haven't found the right inspiration. So just do what you're already doing. Just keep doing what you're doing, and at some point you're going to realize, oh, you know what? And it's going to take like the smallest thing. Like for me, when it came to doing these, what I've done with my current channel setup, with the stream that you're looking at all around here, all of this is all a case in point of me stopping and saying, oh, you know what? Like the stream avatars thing that I implemented last month. That was a case of me being a fan of No Man's Sky and watching other No Man's Sky players till I got to the point where I was watching this guy called Dirt the Pig. He's a No Man's Sky player, very popular, and he last month was doing a live stream where he implemented stream avatars, and I'd never seen it before. I'm sure a couple of other people use it, but that was the first time that I saw it. And when I saw it, I was like, I could fucking do that for my channel. You know, it's just little things like that, that while you're doing your own regular day-to-day thing, you'll be hit with that, and it'll inspire you to do more for whatever it is you want to do. And, you know, I saw that and I immediately got hit with inspiration. I was like, oh, I could make pixel sprites, I could make tags, I could do all this for my subscribers or for my moderators. And, you know, it just, that whole afternoon, I was thinking about doing all of that. And when I finally had the chance to, I sat down and I got to it, you know, because when you're hit with that spark of inspiration, it really doesn't matter how much energy you've used up throughout the day or throughout the week. You'll get excited to want to do it, and then you'll do it, and then you'll feel very happy with what you've done, and that could lead to more, to where it builds up and builds up like a snowball just rolling down a hill until you've gotten to the point where you've made something you're very proud of. So don't give up, you know? It can be a pain in the ass to feel discouraged and depressed to the point of procrastination and a mental block, but you can push through it if you just keep going one day at a time. Alright, so we've gotten that one building all set up. Let's go back to resolution and see what we got going on over there. Here I am talking about all this stuff. There's absolutely nobody in chat. I'm just 100% hitting all kinds of notes because of this dang caffeine that I got going through me right now. And yes, I am experiencing the caffeine rush. My vision has increased significantly. I really do hope, to anyone watching in the archives, if you have seen this and are now feeling pretty good about your situation, let me know, because I say all of this stuff just because it feels like I'm doing a vlog. I'm saying all this stuff just to get it out there, so that somebody will hear it. And if I've made your day, let me know, please, because that'll make me feel good. Alright, finally open up this building. I wish I could do that more often, you know? I wish I could just do stuff to lift people's spirits more often, but more often than not, I do get depressed. And I don't know, it could just be a lack of energy why I get depressed sometimes. You know what? I know what possessed me to drink the energy drink today. I was so proud of everything that I did at work today. I was just like, you know what? I'm going to have a good time in No Man's Sky. I'm going to take this last energy drink that I got. Since I don't really have to do that much tomorrow, I'll have a nice, easy day where I can relax and then go to sleep and then go into work that night. But yeah, I definitely won't need that energy drink. I was like, yeah, let's use it now. Have a really fun stream. And I kind of was hoping that SJ or someone would show up in the chat, because this would have been a great day for conversation. But oh well, those watching in the archives, I hope you're getting a kick out of this at least. Alright, 20 Star Silk I got. There we go. And how long is this going to take? 2 hours, just like the other one. Alright, so that should be the last of it. And I already sent up the things. You know what? Yeah, this feels like a good stopping point. We're going to have to wait 2 hours for both of those buildings to get done. And neither of the... logs, that's what I wanted. Neither of these are... Yeah. Neither of those are yielding a... At least I don't think. Oh, it has reached a conclusion. Okay. Where's the entrance? Oh, this is... No, it's not. That's... Wonder if I would teleport through the wall if I sat down in that chair. No, I'm not going to break the game after I've gotten so far. Here we go. Finally. The mission has returned to the settlement with divination entity Afi as their leader. They probed a nearby monolith, hoping it would reveal a valuable relic. They are laden with valuable goods and data and wish to share their bounty. Claim expedition proceeds. Donate expedition proceeds. I'm donating. I'm gonna share the wealth. Awesome. We didn't need it, but awesome. How are we doing now? We are doing really good. Look at that happiness level. It's up in the green. That's great. Now we just need to get this up in the green, which we probably will once we get everything to S, so. Very cool. Can I claim these? Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Something's making my controller vibrate. Oh! Oh, it's the fireworks, right! I kind of like these fireworks better. Give some room for my thumbnail, my image. There we go. No! Oh, I kind of like the way it looked before. Ah. Alright, come on. Gotta remember to hit the right buttons here. Okay, share button. There, I kind of like that. I think I'll use that as the thumbnail. So, I was wondering what all that, why my controller was vibrating so much. Alright, let's head on over to our... to our base, release these fish, tie up a bunch of ends. Then call it a night. Call it a stream. This was a very fun stream. I'm glad I got a lot of stuff off my chest. Had a lot of really great topics of conversation today, too. Well, I guess it's because I really haven't been talking about anything that's happened over the past 2 weeks, so... Oh yeah, I was talking about the orange dreamsicle, and not really a big fan. Oh no, I did. I mentioned why I'm not a big fan. I just feel like it could have been like literal orange, you know? They didn't have to put the creamsicle part in there. You're right. Alright, let's hope Big Squid Guy doesn't come out this time. like it did last time. Oh well, we'll see. I am also going to release that S-Class that I got too, because I already have some S-Class in my schooner, my skimmer, so... Oh, it's I was like, what is over there? It was like pointing the sentinel out to me, and I was wondering what it was doing. I was like, why is it pointing over there? Oh, right, it does that for sentinels. There we go. Put this in my starship. Okay, cool. Now, where are we at? 19,000. Alright, I think I need like 25,000. Wait, what is this again? Oh, the Artemis translator, right, okay. Alright, awesome. Pretty productive day, as usual, but I feel like the major thing that I did today was talk all about all kinds of things. Got a lot of stuff off my chest, and you know, just plain had a nice vlog. This was definitely podcast worthy, and to those watching, simply to have it in the background playing while you do whatever it is you're doing, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you liked what you heard. Let's head on back to the title screen. All right. And to those of you who were watching and hopefully enjoying what you heard in terms of, getting some sleep or whatever. I hope I wasn't too loud. I hope I didn't wake you up. Let me know if I did, because I wholeheartedly apologize. But if you're asleep, sleep easy. Rest up. All right. So nobody over on YouTube or Twitch today. We didn't have anyone to chat with. That's fine. But I do want to once again thank King Sam a lot for following my stream over on Twitch while I was doing the Plucky Squire stuff. Oh, take off my headphones. But yeah, had a real fun time today, and I hope you all found what I was talking about interesting, at the very least, because I could probably end up having more streams like this in the future, especially because people were probably going back to school, going back to their usual things. Summer is over in about 2 weeks from now, so everyone's probably wrapping up their summer vacation and getting ready for that long grind once again. And we definitely won't be getting as many visitors to the stream, especially when it comes to chill streams. I feel like a lot of people only watch the chill streams when they want to join me or whatever, because those are the best times to join me on my adventures. But yeah, to anyone watching in the archives, don't forget to leave a like, comment down below, share the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're wondering what it is I'm going to be streaming or when it is I'm going to be streaming, you can always check the posts tab over on YouTube. I always keep it up to date every day, all the time. And we've started doing a new weekend poll. This past weekend poll was about what aspect of my stream you liked the most. It was a tie between the Java cam and the overlay animations. So I'm going to focus on improving those when I go on vacation next month. And hopefully you will get to see brand new animations for Bana, as well as maybe some other things. I might have time to work on some pixel sprites for the stream avatars. And for the Java cam, I kind of want to 3D print out some little hats for him to wear. But again, that all requires me to fix my 3D printer, which is the main reason why I've been a little bit upset that it's not working right lately. I will buy another filament extruder and hope that this one does a lot better than the two that I've had malfunction on me, get clogged up, because I don't really know if I'll be able to clean them because it requires a bit too much technical know-how, and I'm not confident in my abilities to do that. But if I am able to fix it, I'll let you guys know, and you might be seeing some little hats on Java soon enough. So to those who love the Java cam, look forward to that. Yep, that's all I gotta say. Those are all the updates I had to give. I hope you all had a fun time with this podcast. I know I did. So sleep easy and have a great day and or night. I'm gonna get to bed. And no stream tomorrow, no stream for the next couple of days, so I'll see you on Monday for more Genshin Impact. As far as more No Man's Sky, it's going to be next Thursday, so look forward to more No Man's Sky next Thursday. Another chill stream, no doubt. And yeah, good night everyone, sleep easy, see ya.